Good morning. I'm back yet another day with the implementation of the attribute system, which has evolved, or the scope has extended to also include the interaction system, but I guess that's pretty normal progress. So let's see. A lot of components open here, a lot of classes. But yesterday, the last thing that got implemented was one of the interaction types at least. So let's take a look here. And maybe, just maybe, in a pretty dirty way. But let's review it and see how we feel about it. So input handler, the component that handles the input and changes the states in the world based on inputs. Or actually just transfers those inputs to whomever or whoever is listening. But we have a set of interaction keys: primary action, secondary action, tertiary action. And all they do, and we also have, since yesterday, a focus event here. So, focus event gets triggered every frame, and that's basically just it gets triggered with whatever is being hovered right now as an argument, which means that every component that needs to know what the player is hovering can just listen to this event, and they're fine. As for these actions, they are currently just, like when they are performed, they just trigger interaction events, which is a list of 3 Unity events here. Primary interaction event, secondary interaction event, and tertiary interaction event. So when the player is hovering let's say, just a game object, focus event gets invoked with this game object. And as for the character, that's a playable entity, so this one listens on focus event. If this one triggers, focus game object is called, where base focus game object is called. And this one just checks, is this new one different from the last one we focused? If so, change focused game object. Change focused game object, clear the interaction events in input handler. I'm not too sure about this just yet, if this is how I want to do it. But so like it just tells the input handler that the last interaction events that are stored were relative to the last focused object, and we switched focused objects now. And in a similar vein, the previously focused game object information displayer, or we get that one if it has any, and we just remove it and hide it. Base change focused game object. This one just sets the focused game object to new focused game object. And then we have this. So focused game object has changed. So if it's not null, we do all this. And this involves getting all the interactable components of the focused game object and sorting them based on priority. And then we calculate the number of possible interactions with this game object, and that is based on the length of interactables, but also the length of interaction events we have available in the input handler. For the future as well, this one will also be based on entity, or actually animate entity, this one. So it will be based on the interactors of playable entity, the interactables of the focused game object, as well as this one. And then we just loop through number of possible interactions and we set the event here. So if, like for interaction event in input handler 0, we add a listener, execute interaction as a year. Yeah, execute interaction 0 in interactables. Got the 3D in painted mesh thing working, rendering a tiny animation in Blender of it right now. Nice! Intrigued. If you want to, you can share it later on. I'm very intrigued actually. And good morning, by the way. And good morning, Harukanan. Johnny Robert. Hello, I hope you are having a great day. Thank you very much for streaming some of your game development journey. No problem at all. Thanks for being here, Johnny. Appreciate it. So the flow here is... then we just do add some information as well. But yeah. So the flow here, I'm mostly okay with it. There's a few things I'm more or less... there's a few things I'm less okay with. And one of them is this line right here. And by extension, like I'm a little bit wary of how interaction events as a whole is handled. But that's one thing. So if we continue with the flow, so we add interaction here to the interaction events so that the player can actually input something and the character will do something. So if then the player clicks 1, i.e. interaction 0, then we do base interact with this, so the interactable. So then animate entity is called, and we call this one. So just a debug log, and we check. Right now we have this check here. Might want to do that in some other place later on. But so can this entity perform this interaction? And that's based on this list here. If it can't, just return. However, if it can, then we loop through each of the interaction or interactors that wants to interact with this interactable, and we call interact. So we just send it onwards, and then it's up to the interactor to handle it. And after that, the next part I'm a little bit less content with appears. And that is this. So basically, anything that is an interactor needs to implement this function. And this function just takes a interactable, and then it's up to whoever implements this one to cast it to the relative interactables. I know I said it yesterday, but I'm gonna reiterate it. This casting here is something I would like to be able to avoid. Johnny Robert, very relaxing stream, love the background atmosphere. Thank you, appreciate it. Sober Du Bois, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So, it all comes down to, can I make interactions generic enough that I don't need to cast it? And I think that's something I'm gonna have to find out down the line. Because if we take, so pickup right now, then we do interactable as entity. And this is also a very weird assumption to do. So, okay, the interactable here supports interaction type pickup. Oh, then we cast it to entity. Yeah. But okay, so pickup is handled like this currently. Just a debug log. And then we disable physics for the entity, and we set the parent of the entity to this game object right now. But this is supposed to be this one. And then we reset the transform. Okay, so let's show it how it actually looks in game as well. Star Platinum, what's up? Yeah, I'm good. And you? Okay. So if we hold this cherry, for instance, it's hard to see, this one. Item consumable cherry prefab. We have some attributes, we have some interaction types. And interaction, pickup, consume, collect. Collect we can't do right now because our interactor doesn't support it. But pickup, for instance, so that would be the first action, i.e. clicking 1 on the keyboard. And then it's transformed to this bone here. But some physics are still applied to it. So that needs to be looked into. But yeah, so the pickup can happen, the interaction can happen. It's just, it's done like some of the function making this possible is probably not as good as they could be. But yeah, okay, so the hand here holds the, or holds the cherry. Yeah. The label only rotates horizontally. Yeah, it's currently locked to the y-axis. It's by design. And Star Platinum, so today we're going to continue implementing the interaction system. That's the idea, at least. We will see what this goes. Oh, actually, I wanted to try one thing here. So, when we do pick up it, so like the parent gets set correctly and everything like that, but there's still something that affects the transform of it. So rigid body, I don't think it's use gravity, but it might be the interpolation. Yeah, it's interpolation. Okay. Okay, so we could probably clean this up a bit. It looks pretty good, to be honest, so we should be able to pick up more stuff. I don't think there's any limit to how many things we can pick up. Is root motion good? I've heard good things about it. I've never used it myself. Okay, let's see here. So it's the interpolation I want to disable. Entity. Entity enable physics. Entity set parent. Probably want to do something like, let's see here. Wonder if I just want to go private for all of these or actually protected. Oh yeah, this. Interactable. Ah, fuck, I would love to be able to do something like, let's see here, interactable type, interaction type pickup, interactable, interaction type game object. Would love something like void interact. interactable. Interacted by. Or actually handle interaction. Interactor. Something like this. Entity. And then we implement this one. Awake. Public void interaction. Handle interaction. Interactor. Do this one need to be... It would be so nice if I could do something like this and then just move all of this. So, because that makes it, I don't even have to throw it here, so I could basically just do, I'm gonna keep it like this now, but I could just do interactable.interact, but let's do it like handle interaction this. And this works for pickup because, okay, so let's see, pickup would like to, Alda would like to be able to send in the hand bone as well. That is true. So yeah, it would work for pickup, but does it work for consume? There's a lot more components involved in consumption and a lot of attributes that need to go from one component to another. So I'm not sure about that. Let's do this. So best case would be a function like this. If I could get the full game's interaction system to, like, if I could get the interaction system's bridge to be solved by this or something very similar to this, I would be more than happy. Because right now it all comes down to the bridge between interactor and interactable. That bridge is not pretty. So handle interaction, we can do this for now. So it's pretty much going to be handle interaction. So what does the interactable need to do based on what is interacting with it? And what does the interactor need to do based on the interactable? But right now, let's just do entity handle interaction, but I also want to send in, what was it? Body parts. Yeah, something like that. So here, what do we have? Enable physics, false. Let's do game object dot transform set parent related game object dot transform reset transform, and then enable physics. Here we're going to do an additional thing here, but it's going to be initial interpolation, rigid body interpolation. So we're gonna do private rigid body interpolation. Do I want to require component here? Probably do. What is the shortcut for moving something up? There we go. Okay, and then in here, enable. If it's enabled, we do initial rigid body interpolation. Otherwise, none. Okay. Oops. Let's do. I want to try use gravity. No, is kinematic. Is there a reason for me not being able to detect collisions? Yes. I don't want to. I think we want to skip this one. Still want to do detect collisions, but yeah, so we don't want to collide with the character, but since we're setting is kinematic to false, I don't think that will happen. Still want the mouse pointer to be able to detect the okay. Let's see, have I misunderstood something? Rigid body unity. Controls where the physics affects the rigid body. Okay. Okay, so this one still needs to be here. Okay, so pickup on this end, this one needs to know about related game object because we're gonna set the parent. On this end, pretty much nothing. Joseph Fox, what's up? How are you doing today? And this guy NZ wanted to say New Zealand, but I don't know if that's it. Thank you so much for the follow. Could introduce. I don't like that either. I was thinking about. It is New Zealand. Oh, spot on. Nice. I was thinking about introducing a interaction struct, like doing a messaging system for this interaction system. So pack everything into a nice interaction message that gets sent between interactables and interactions. Joseph Fox, what are you doing? I'm wondering that myself right now, but the idea is the implementation of an interaction system. So these past 2 weeks I've implemented or I would say Chat was pretty involved, implemented a pretty nice attribute system, if you ask me. It's extremely generic and extendable and modular. And now I wanted to push that attribute system to its limits by starting to consume stuff and things like that. But to be able to do that properly, I needed an interaction system. And that's what I'm trying to implement now. With the constraint that I want this interaction system to be at least as nice and generic and extendable as the attribute system. The Fesmo, what's up, by the way? How are you doing today? Okay. That sounds pretty nice, the Fesmo. So pickup, that's like one of the easiest interactions. I guess sitting would be an even easier one, but like pickup, Okay, so still not entirely sure about this. We are casting the interactable to an entity and then we do handle interaction. Probably, yeah, that's pickup. So consume. There's a few things that needs to happen here. This interactor, i.e. body definition, needs to body definition. Probably won't be body definition in the future, but whatever. Body definition needs to apply eating attribute to consumable. Body definition needs to handle consumable taste attributes. So for instance, if it eats something that is sour and this entity doesn't like sour fruits or whatever, sour consumables, then the mood will go down. And yeah, the creature might not want to continue eating this sour consumable. So handle consumable taste attributes. So this could lead to a lot of stuff. Mood, continue, stop consuming. And then we also have so body definition needs to apply eating attribute to consumable. Body definition need to handle consumable taste attributes, which means that consumable needs to message taste attributes to body definition. Wow. Consumable. Apply aiding attribute, message taste attribute, message taste attributes to body definition. Consumable also need to message consume properties to body definition. Body definition needs to handle consumable consume properties. And this is also only the functional riffraff that happens in the background. What's more is, I think it's body definition needs to trigger eating animation. Consumable trigger being eaten animation. Actually, I need to put this somewhere else. Can't have it like this. But this is a good flow. Let's see. Implement interaction, pick up, consume type of interactions. So exactly like this, but let's do type of interactions, pick up, consume, equip, converse. And let's start with consume. Yeah, let's go with flow then. So everything that needs to happen during a consume interaction. So what I want to write down here is the flow that will happen right after this, pretty much. So when interact on interactable is called, or actually right after the cast, I think. So flow, actually gonna call it scenario participants. Maybe not the best name. And flow. Participants. Interactor with what is it? Interaction type consume. Currently body definition for some reason. Interactable with interaction type maybe redundant information, but whatever. Currently consumable. Okay, I interactor. Okay, I interactor applies eating or consuming attribute to consumable. It's not going to be consuming attribute. Maybe. It's more like consumption speed, I suppose. Because we want to know how quick can the interactor consume the interactable. I interactor handle needs to handle I interactable taste attributes. Lower height and mood attribute. Continue, stop consumption. I interactor needs to handle consumption attributes. I don't know if this makes much sense. I just need it written down on paper, basically. Lower height and related attributes. Then we also have I interactor trigger eating animation. I interactable trigger consume animation. So that's basically the flow that will happen. Trigger eating animation. Could Could. Like, there's a lot of specific information here, but could it be possible to, instead of having interactor as a as an interface that needs to be implemented by other components, could it be possible to have it as a base class instead and implement interactions as classes? What's up, Iksinski? Sorry about the pronunciation. Yeah, what are the chances? I try to stream every weekday around 9 a.m. Central European time. Or I started doing it this year at least. Oh, nice. Okay, so right now, pick up, I want to do implementation details. So right now, the idea is that now there's still two. So like if we take a look at consumption, the flow of consumption, the interactor, whichever interacts with the interactable, needs to be able to get the taste attributes and things like that, and do different things based on these. But it's still only attribute based. Needs to, and we need to send in. So all of these are actually attribute based. Trigger animation, that's okay. like when something interacts with something else, is it only the attributes that needs, like, are the attribute exchange the only thing that needs to be shared between them? So are the attributes the only thing that needs to be exchanged? Because if so, it's possible to implement it pretty generically. But then I would also like to have, so for now, or right now, it's currently implemented in such a way that body definition interactor can have multiple interaction types. And having interactions here screws this up a bit. So maybe it's better to take a step back and think about like a component should only have one purpose. Maybe. Okay, let me just take a quick note of this. I want to write the scenario for pickup as well. Interaction triggers. So right here, the only thing that needs to be shared is participants, flow, details. Oops. And you could just implement interaction based on a class name or a property. Yeah, maybe. We will see. We'll see. But like this game is going to support so many different kinds of interactions. So like, oh fuck, that's true. Let's see here. Okay, but before I continue, I need to. So right here, details. The only exchange that needs to be done are, we have interactor to interactable attributes, interactor or interactable to interactor, also only attributes. So interactable needs to tell interactor what it tastes like and what pros and cons it comes with consuming it. And iterator or interactor needs to tell interactable how quick it consumes interactable. But that's pretty much the only exchange that needs to happen. Because when we call this function, like trigger eating animation and trigger consume animation, we can do that without any additional information. Eat. And then we have pickup scenario participants. Also body definition, but here it's entity. Oops. Flow. Interactor. Picks up. So in the same vein as this, what exactly is happening here? Interactor. There's pretty much no change to interactor actually. Or let's see here. Okay. interactor needs to set interactable as currently interacting. Like pickup, this was currently interacting, maybe. Nah, picking something up does not imply some kind of storage. Because you can maybe, but I mean you can pick it up and just hold it in your hands, so depends on how you define storage. If you define your hands as storage, then fine. So like pickup is for just picking it up and holding it in the hands. So for instance, the character will be able to pick up items and hold them in its hands. It will be able to pick up tools, which are items, I guess. It will be able to pick up creatures and a range of different things. So pickup is for just holding something. Collect is for putting it into the storage. Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. But then comes the question, will the interactor be able to hold more than one or two things, and so on? But yeah, I do agree with that. So let's see. We're gonna do it like this. interactor check prerequisites or whatever it is. Iksinski, thank you so much for the input, by the way. It's appreciated. It is. So check prerequisites. So that might be does interactor has sufficient, does interactor have, why do I want to write have here? Shouldn't it be has? Or does interactor have enough? Does interactor have enough strength, I guess we could call it, to pick interactable pick up interactable, and does interactor have enough space up additional Jesus. Do interactor have enough? Does. Whatever. It's not that important. Nor in dev, how's the interaction system going? I think it's going good. Right now I'm just in the process of writing up the different flows for the different interactions we have so far, because I need to know what information actually needs to be exchanged between the interactor and the interactable in the different cases. Because if I know that for certain, I can hopefully implement it in a pretty generic way. Although this one, so does interactor have enough strength to pick up interactable? And this is also just an exchange of attributes. So interactable has an attribute that is weight, and interactor has an attribute called strength. And then we will have a strength to weight conversion rate function, but whatever. So this is just a exchange of attributes again. This one is all up to interactor. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. This approach reminds me much of my time at uni. I take that as a good sign. Yeah. Okay, but let's assume that we can only interact with one interactor right now. But I'm gonna keep this one here set as currently interacting. Or actually we can do increment currently interacting. So that leaves it open to, so it can be 0, 1 or even more. But let's see here. Interactor, or actually interactable parent needs to be set, or like parent and transform needs to be set. So Okay, here's one thing that I'm a little bit worried about. So let's say interactable. Let's say that we have like different items that can be picked up and held in the hands will be held in different ways. So for instance, you have small things like the cherries. They can be held with one hand and hopefully with a pretty tight grip. But then you have like maybe something bigger that like for instance a big watermelon. It will be needed to be held by two hands. So what I'm trying to get at here is that interactable needs to tell interactor where the interaction points are, basically, and how many they are. But that is something that also needs to be done here. So for instance, when interactor consumes the consumable, the interactor needs to know how big the consumable is. So when we play the eating animation, how far from the mouth will the character need to hold this item, basically. So if all interaction needs information like that, it's okay. So then we can pretty much make, so right now the consume flow exchange of data. So right now both of them needs like attributes. Interactor needs to know about interactable attributes, and interactable needs to know about interactor attributes. That's okay. We could add, so for instance, participant, or this one needs to know about that's hard, because like weight is an attribute. Dimensions are not an attribute right now, I would say. Do I want dimensions to be an attribute? So it's all a question about, does I might want to add, so interactor needs to know about interactable's dimensions. So might just do apart from the attributes, that is. I'm not entirely sure I want the dimensions to be an attribute, right? But dimensions. So I'm wondering, I might just put this into wonder if I can do entity dot something like that. Although so when we have for the eye interactor, it needs to be able to differentiate between the taste attributes and the consumption attributes. I'm still thinking that avoiding body definition, avoiding something like this, or avoiding a cast like this is probably not possible, unfortunately. Or that's what I'm leaning towards right now. So base class attribute and many children. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, Iksinski. But I'm leaning towards still splitting this one up into different classes or components is the better choice. But let's see. The attribute system is actually pretty much in place, and it's pretty good. So we have attributes, we have attribute instances, and functions and definitions and such. So the attribute system is in place. Now I just want my interaction system to utilize those attributes. Yeah, could attach. Okay, I maybe get what you mean. So, like adding extra descriptions to attributes, like taste, for instance. But I'm not entirely sure I'm willing to do that. But let's see here. Maybe. I maybe got this. Let's see. Yeah, this cast is the old way to do it. And it's sus indeed. Couldn't agree more. But I think I might. So, let's see here. Attributes and entity might be the only thing that needs to be exchanged between the interactor and the interactable. So let's see here. Interactable, interactor. What I'm thinking about doing is interactor. Let's do interaction type. And let's keep that one. Interactable. So, I interacted. Let's just add a interactor class for now. It's going to be abstract, so nothing can just be interactor. It's gonna be from mono behavior, and we're gonna have a public abstract interaction type we could say every interactor is going to have an interaction type, and then I could implement, let's see here. Interactor consumer, maybe. Interactor consumer, and here we define a lot of things. First of all, interactor requires components type of attribute handler, and entity. Actually, let's go with, I like, yeah, entity on top. Okay, so every interactor will have a reference to these at least. And then we have interactor consumer. Interactor consumer mono behavior I attribute user. This is going to be an attribute user because we're gonna have body attributes. Yeah. Consume speed, I'm probably going to call it for now. So attribute instance says consume speed. What's up? Something like Palworld. Palworld without the guns. It's a joke. Nah, but think more like Viva Pinata. Farenger's Petty Soul Gem, aka Soul Gem from now on, if that's okay. Good morning, how are you doing today? Okay, consume speed. And good evening from Korea, big fan. Thank you, appreciate it. And good evening to you. Yeah, Palworld's kind of hype right now. Nintendo's banning Pokemon model swaps and all. Yeah. I've been following it a tiny bit. Like, when I see it, I can understand the hype, but it does nothing for me, pretty much. Okay, consume speed. Attribute function, let's see. Okay, let's keep this one. Any more information that's needed here? Yeah. Interactor consumer. Then we probably need serialized field. Let's see, let's call this one world space or transforms. Related transforms. Private transform consume point consumer point. So for a humanoid character, this would probably be the mouth. Creatures, I don't know yet. They might consume stuff. They might look incredibly weird and consume stuff in all different ways. Interactor consumer, spore style indeed. Maybe not that crazy, but we will see. So that's the consumer point. Probably want things like header related transforms. Transform animation. I don't transform. Yeah, whatever. So interactor. This one is actually. Yeah, we're gonna keep it like this. This one is going to extend interactor, and we need to implement okay, animation. So interactors also need a required component. I can't really think about any interaction that won't need some form of animator. So animation controller. I suppose it would be, or is it actually animator? Player movement, animator. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to define this one as well. Maybe something like this. This could probably, like implementing it like this will remove casting like this. And then we will have yup, indeed, protected void or bool, actually. Protected bool. Let's go abstract bool interact. So body definition consume, how was, we didn't really consume it. Ooh, let's do, fuck it for now, let's do virtual bool interact debug.log and let's do game object name plus interactor this is gonna look a little bit weird, but it's just for debugging. So interactor interacting with interactable dot game object dot name plus I interactable. Yeah, what this that's my kind of programming right there, thinking about the debug message for twice as long as the logic. Oh yeah, dude, I fucking love Unity. What's the reason you stopped working with Unity, Iksinski? Was it because of the drama last year? And let's just return true here. Interactor consumer interact. Let's do for now return base.interact. So if one entity in the game should be able to consume other entities in game or other consumables in game, it needs to have a interactor consumer component on it. And in it, things like consumer point is defined. So where does the consumable go into the entity? Consume speed, interaction type, yeah. What animation should play during consumption, and so on and so on. I guess it was a lack of motivation to make games. I'm kind of trying to come back now, and I've faced the URP scriptable render pipeline. It's super cool, but didn't understand a single line I wrote. Yeah, that's usually how it goes in the start, but yeah. So the render pipelines, the introduction of the render pipelines, customizable render pipelines in Unity, was amazing, if you ask me. I've been able to make so many cool visual things thanks to it. I guess I could make most of them previously as well with the old post-processing system and things like that, but it has just been so much like more streamlined and accessible with the render pipelines, in my opinion. Okay, but this is good. Interactable, void handle interaction, interactor. interactable also needs to have an attribute handler, or does it? Yeah, it does. Ooh, I'm starting to like this more and more. So interactor consumer, this one will also have like, oh, I'm liking this more and more for every second. This is nice. So interactor consumer will have let's do consumption related setup. We have consumer point, but I also want to define like what tastes does this one prefer. And I want to write it like ooh, how do I want to define this? It's probably going to be a custom, so in consumer preference, probably need to define a small little extra class here. Or could do it like private. Nah, maybe not. It all depends if I could do, so private attribute type likes let's call it this for now. Serialized field private attribute type taste negatives. But defining it this way pretty much makes it a binary thing. So an entity or whatever, an interactor consumer either likes, hates, or is what is the word I'm looking for? Or doesn't care at all about it. So it's like it can have 3 values. And I mean, that's fine, but maybe I want to do it such that a creature... Maybe I want to implement it like more of a spectrum. Maybe just keep it like this for now. Yeah, but before I continue, I'm just gonna run and grab a quick lunch, so be right back. 5 minutes at most. Norin Dev, before I go, you wrote like 0 to 10 spectrum. Spectrum would be cool for more complex tastes. Yeah, so when I'm talking about spectrum, it's probably going to be like a float between 0 and 1. Or the actual limits is doesn't matter, but a more... What is the word for it? So you have real numbers and anyway, it should be a range. So instead of having like a set of numbers or a set of possible taste likeness, I suppose, you have a range. Now I'm just making it harder to understand, but yeah, be right back. 5 minutes tops. Okay, back. So let's see here, from like Iksinski, from like -1 to 1. -1 is I hate it, 1 is I love it. Yes. Yes. Exactly. So let's see here. The actual consumption interaction would then look something like what was the flow again? interactor applies consuming attribute function to consumable. Interactor needs to handle. Okay, so first of all this one, and that would look something like interactable. Yeah, it's gonna look something like this, right? Interactor. No. Interactor. Or no. Okay, so interactable is probably gonna have let's do it like this. Handle interaction. No, I don't think so. Let's see. It's going to be void handle interaction. Joao Stev, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Handle interaction. I might want this one. Let's keep it for now. And then I'm probably gonna need something like handle interactor. Should I do protected abstract do you eat fast Samsonite, do you eat something faster if the character likes it? That's a great idea. Fucking love it. You're gonna eat faster if you're hungry as well, I suppose. Nor in dev, how you calculate that using flavor profiles. Yeah, so that's pretty much what this is, but gonna maybe put it in a different way. So then we can have it, so we could pretty much have it, I think we can do it like this. Let's see here. Private attribute instance taste palette So this one will just be filled with attribute instances describing what this interactor consumer likes and dislikes. And yeah, like implementing some, so the entity eats faster, or the consumer eats faster if it's hungry or if it likes it, and so on. Opens up for pretty cool dynamics. But interactors, so now I want the attribute exchange to happen. So interactor will add I think interactor will only ever add attribute functions to the interactable, right? Because why would the interactable need to know about the interactor's attributes? So I could either do it protected abstract, or no, we're gonna feed things to interactable, I think. Interactable void handle interaction. I wonder if it might be better if we do have void add interaction attribute functions. I like to be explicit, so let's just keep it at 1. And void get so basically add interaction attribute function. This is gonna like add this attribute modifier or attribute function. Need to rename it, I think. But like this interaction, or like add this attribute function that tells how interactable is affected by the interaction. And get interaction attribute, that's just a function for returning related attributes. Maybe. Although I wonder. I think I want this one as well. Samsonite. I have the final render of the AI generated 3D mesh here if anyone's interested. Let me take a look. Is it... I'm gonna put it on stream if that's okay. Yeah, I can do that, right? Let's see. So... yeah, like, I find this very impressive, but like it's still, the bottom line, it's impressive as fuck, but still a step or two from production, if you know what I mean. But like this, it looks really nice. Would love to be able to see like the topology and stuff like that as well. Bernd Vogelmeier. Nah, I'm making Pal World without guns. But I mean, this is very nice for making these type of 3D, like 2D images that appear 3D animations, which I'm a big fan of. Like the parallax effect of 2D images. Bernd, yeah, like this will be Pal World without guns, and you're free to add a mod that adds guns back in. Nah, but think about it more like Viva Pinata. You're gonna take care of these creatures, you're not gonna use them for your productivity or your production. And you're definitely not gonna shoot them, but you might be able to like kill them for food, though. I'm not entirely sure just yet. We'll see. Very nice. Handle interaction, get interaction attribute, add interaction attribute function. It was also interactable. I wonder if... Bernd Vogelmeier, yes, your 3D look is already awesome. I'm a designer and there's nothing I could make better. Appreciate it. Thank you. Still have some improvements in the pipeline, but we will do them when we get there. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is either I keep it like this, or we do like this. What's up, Smack My Peach? My mom would ask if you're able to discipline them with a little smack. I don't know. We'll see. Bernd Vogelmeyer, yes, of course you can ask. I think, like, I have one video on my YouTube which goes through the purpose of the game, or the idea of the game, the short version of it. But it's basically my take on Viva Pinata, or the core game loop will be very similar to Viva Pinata, at least, which is one of my favorite games. With some differences. For instance, you will be able to play a character instead of just being a pointer in the garden. Right now I'm just trying to get my basic systems in place, like attributes and interactions and stuff like that. Okay, so the question is, do I want to make this available from the outside? If so, we can skip these two. And or interactable. Because I think I would also like to be able to do entity, because we need an entity as well outside. These are pretty much the two components that every interaction will be dependent on. Can you eat stuff in Viva Pinata? The player can't eat stuff, if I remember correctly, but the piñatas, they can eat stuff. So it's pretty much either I go this way or I go this way. I think I want to keep handle interaction. So, in short, I don't even know if I need or want to send in this one, but in short, when an interactor interacts with an interactable, the interactor takes full control of the interactable. If I keep it like this, like the interactable is just like here's my entity component, here's my attribute handler component, do whatever the fuck you want with it. And maybe that's the way I want it. It makes me like in the interact here, it would look something like let's worry about taste a little bit later. Implement taste related functionality, but for the consumption it would look something like interactable dot attribute handler, or actually attribute function consumption function. Cool name. It's less back and forth, like how this looks right now. Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, there really isn't a reason for the interactor to not know these stuff about the interactable, Consumption function, consumption attribute function. Don't I have a nice constructor for this one? Oops, of course, is equal to new. Starting to become a little bit tired. Okay, so we don't have any nice attribute constructors for this one because it's been handled by the editor so far. So apparel, no. What am I doing? Attributes. Attribute functions. Scheduler. So let's see here. I wonder, it's a question of, do I need to define this attribute function here or can I define it in the editor? The only thing is that this consume attribute function should depend on consume speed. So let's see here. Just want to fix these things real quick. I want to see I want to see how an attribute function is defined in the editor once again. Whoa. Attribute type source. Okay, so let me do it this way. Interactor, consume speed, serialize field, private attribute function, consume consumption consumption speed, consumption function. Any progress on that diagram? No, unfortunately not. But dude, we're getting close to error moment indeed. We're getting close to something I like, with or without that diagram. Consumable pair. Character 01. Let's see here. Let's try and add interactor consumer. Oh yeah. Attribute. Or actually, why? Is it because of the errors or? Okay, let's fix this. Consumable doesn't implement interactable. Entity attribute handler. Yeah, let's just do this. What am I missing? Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Okay, interactor consumer. Then we have taste palette. Yeah, whatever. Consumer point. Consumption speed. So this is just an attribute defined. But then we have consumption function. Scheduler by event. By time. Delta times 0. So this is pretty much how often will the tick be. 0 is every frame. Not sure I want that. How the attribute will be modified. I'm just trying to figure out if I can reuse or use this one for this purpose. It should be possible, but I might need to change it a bit. Let's call it consumption speed for now. Units. Centimeter 2 per seconds. I don't know. And what are the global min and bounds? How slow can the slowest consumer be? And how quick can the top consumer be? 0 and I don't know. But the idea then is, so consumption function, let's just do it every frame. Diligence, humility, more and more viewers each day. It's back and forth. Type targets. Yeah, so that's also the big question. What will the name of that attribute be? So what is a nice word for that conveys how much of something is left? Fillness. For instance, when you have a cake and half of the cake is eaten, you say that cake is half eaten. Does it exist a better term? What the fuck would the search prompt for something like that be? Remainder. That's pretty good. D-Sabbath, remainder. Hear me out. Suppose you're working on a mechanic or subsystem of your game, like you are now. You could create a rough diagram what the system should do, but not how. This may help you figure... Yeah, definitely. Like, previously on this stream, we did it like this. So just a very rough, quick flow, step by step of what would happen. The best idea would probably be to convert this into a diagram. I'm 100% with you. And might be something I can do on stream tomorrow. Because the hard truth is, I don't have infinite time. And I just haven't gotten around to doing the diagram. The plan was to do it off stream, but just haven't had the time. I will think about it, because I might do it tomorrow, because I agree with you wholeheartedly, smack my peach. Like, the diagram will help both me and the viewers. No, I mean literally what happens on the screen or from the perspective of game state. This is pretty much from the perspective of game state, isn't it? Do you have any examples of like the diagrams you're thinking about? D-Sabbath could also use balance, maybe. Yeah, I think remainder. I think remainder is the best one yet. balance. Yeah, you can post links, Smack My Peach, but I'm a little bit picky with what like sources I click on, so would prefer it if it was like Imgur, if that is that a word. Remainder or balance? I suppose health could be used for this purpose as well, but remainder. Okay, let's go with remainder for now. They can be renamed later down the road. Remainder. Unit percent global min max 100. 0 to 100 maybe. So, consumption function, attribute type targets, so the attribute target is remainder, modifier type, subtraction, and this value here the subtraction value here is what I want to subtraction modifier value source min max. Fuck. Just call the attribute percentage. Percent, isn't that 1/100th? Okay, anyway. Yeah, but I mean the word percent actually stands for 100th. Like, as a 100th piece. Doesn't it? Let's see. Wormius, damn, long time no see, I think. If it's the same Wormius that has been here previously. How are you doing today? Yes, long time no see. Percent. I want to know the percentage. I want to know the history of the word 10% by 100. Exactly, this is what I mean. Like, so what percentage means, like the meaning of the word. Because I do know what percent is. By 100. Okay. Smack my peach, proportion. 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 Don't be so sure about that, Iksinski. Let's see here, proportion. A part, share, or number considered in comparative relation to a whole. Okay, so that's the literal meaning of proportion. A part, share, or number considering in comparative relation to a whole. The proportion of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is rising. What the fuck? Is this true? Okay, proportion is a nice one. How does it look as an actual attribute? Proportion. My mind like keeps defaulting to proportions when you're designing apparel. Wormius, you have a new project. I think it's not a thing I've seen the last time. Yeah, it's not so new anymore, but I've been working on it for quite a while. Not as much as I would like to. I'm trying to increase the number of hours I put into it these days, but considering how long ago you last dropped into my stream, I would say it's a new project, yes. Proportion is something in relation to something else. Percent is something in relation to 100. I can buy that. Proportion. The Sabbath modulo. How do you pronounce that in English? Modulo. I've only used the so modulo operation. Yeah, this one I know. Where numbers wrap around what you call the modulus. But like, is this always in relation to arithmetics, or something segment? Yeah, this one. Let's just go with remainder for now. Subtraction. Okay, so the idea here is that this attribute function, let's see here, attribute type targets remainder, and the value by which it subtracts the remainder should be equal to consumption speed. So let's see here. Let's take a quick look at this function once again. Attribute, function, action modifier, subtraction, source min max, get modifier value source function. If modifier value source is source dependent and attribute source is equal to null, this one, otherwise default return value. This one sucks. Okay, so basically I would like to be able to set the source of this attribute function in code, and I want a value here. Modifier value source. Source min max normalized local global. Why don't I have source value here? That's weird. Source min max default. Oh yeah. If I remember correctly, I want to do default. Selfish coder, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. So this one checks, is the modifier value source based on something that is source dependent? So source min max blah 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 blah. If so, we must check if attribute source is equal to null. Iksinski. There are two people that know what this code does. One is Robin, the second one is God. Nah, it's not that messy, is it? An attribute function action modifier has a modify function and a modify value source function, and then it modifies an attribute with the help of these two. Easy peasy. And this function is just like a way to create the modify value source function, basically, based on a lot of different setup parameters. Thank you, D Sabbath. Appreciate it. The only thing I want to do here basically is because we're gonna have a, well, let's see here. Let's do it like this. Source min max local. Source value. Okay, since it's 5, let's keep it in the order. This is what I hate with enums when I want to add something new, but I would like to add it between default and source min. Whatever, source value. So, oh yeah, value source. So if the attribute function action modifier if it depends on the source value, it's source dependent. Yeah, I should probably go with bigger intervals here by default. Yes. Okay, so if we have an action modifier that depends on a source value like this, then we return a function that getting this value is although I wonder, this should work. So attribute source dot value. So instead of depending on this value or alter it by this value, we alter it by this value. And consumption speed. Now when I think about this, let's see. Oh yeah, invoke float progress. Okay, this one is good. Trigger partly. This one is actually implemented. But I would like to utilize this mid tick even though we don't get cancelled. Okay, let's take a look at this image. Okay, let's see. I don't know why. Iksinski, as much fun as I'm having looking at this code with little to none understanding, I had to go to sleep, son. I got band practice at like 6. Okay, thank you for stopping by. And good luck with both the band practice and the gig on Sunday. Okay, let's see. Interact with stuff. Focus objects. See a list of possible impossible actions. Select an item from the list. Yes. Okay. Example apple. Focus. So a flow chart, basically, or would that be a correct term for it? But yes. Okay. Yes. This is beautiful. I'm gonna do one of these tomorrow. Might start off tomorrow's stream with actually doing this. We're doing things in the wrong order here. So let me just copy this link because I'm gonna check it out tomorrow again. But yeah, this is nice. Very nice. What's up, Cypher? How you doing? Okay, so attribute function scheduler by time. I'm gonna add an additional. So this one basically just does call trigger once every delta time seconds. But every trigger then is called with trigger full, so like a full tick. I might want to define a, like, unless we stop, because then we do trigger partly. But like what I'm getting here is that I might want to define consumption speed as consumption or area consumed per second or volume consumed per second. But when we do the actual attribute function that removes area each second, I might want the tick to happen more often than once every second. So do I want a yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this for 1 second. But so interactor consumer, the idea here is that when we do interact with something consumable, we don't even need to know that it's consumable. We hope that someone has already fixed that for us. All we need to know is, so we do interactable attribute handler dot add attribute function consumption function. So this means that the interactable is now being consumed. And and first we're gonna do something with the taste palette, so we know how, like, for how long we will consume it and so on. But yeah, so a consumable should also have effect attributes. Ooh. Okay, let's see here. Yes, Mike my Peach. He's going to be. Nah, but to be honest with you, the character will probably not have a palette. So palette, I mean. So interactor consumer for the character will just be empty here. But creatures, on the other hand, they are going to be gourmands, or liking that fancy food. But I just noticed something that sucks. So right now, interactors have been depending on interactables on the attribute handlers of the interactables. But like effect attributes here, that is an attribute function, an array of attribute functions. So this is basically how will consuming this one affect the interactor. These will actually not be added to the attribute handler at all. Okay, so this sucks. This is a bad setup here. We're gonna change this a tiny bit. Age attribute as well. I don't think this one will hold the age attribute. It's probably gonna be entity that holds it. But let's see here. Okay. Consumable specifics. So private attribute instance So these are consumable specific attributes. So these are going to be taste and yeah, it's pretty much only going to be taste. Attribute function, these are attribute functions that affects the owner of this array. So basically attribute functions that will affect the attributes here. So to give an example, attributes here we might have sour, and in attribute function here we might have an attribute function that decreases sour based on age. So these are attribute functions that alters the attributes of the actual game object. Then we also need header, consumable specific and consumption specific, or consumption consumable. I don't know. Private attribute function so this makes it a little bit harder. So interactable interactor consumer, we can't just, it's not as easy as getting interactable.attribute handler.get or .get attribute function. It's not as easy as this, because the attribute functions within the attribute handler only affects the consumable itself and not anything outside of it. So this might not be the best way to do this. Skill tree based on taste. Maybe. So the character needs to be a certain level to actually enjoy wine, for instance. So this one is bad. But I wonder, maybe it's not too bad. Okay, so lowercase, uppercase, that's bad, but interaction, attribute functions. Consumable, here we go. Entity attribute handler. And this one is just going to return consumption attribute functions. I don't know. Major T, are you German? No, I'm from Sweden. Do you think I sound like someone from Germany? Maybe. Wormius, no. I would. I've said this joke already today, but I would describe my game as Palworld without guns. I love guns, but fuck guns. Consumption attribute functions. Yeah, maybe. Interactor consumer, so interactable attribute handler, so it's this. Do I want to I think so. And then we want to do interactor Oh yeah, interactor has attribute handler here, so we want to do, it's a lot of attribute handlers and so on. Attribute handler private, protected. Okay. Attribute handler dot add attribute functions multiple interactable dot get dot interaction attribute functions. So it's a little bit of a trade going on here. So interactor adds its consumption function to the attribute handler of the interactable, and it also adds the interactable's interaction attribute functions to its attribute handler. Wow. And this code is generic enough to be moved to interactor, I think. So implement taste related functionality, etc, etc. And then after all that we call base interact, and that's where this trade is happening. So like consumption function, this is an attribute function that removes remainder attributes, x per second. And the attribute functions from the interactable here is hopefully positive things or negative things we get from consuming this one. So more energy maybe, and hydration. I don't know, maybe it yeah. That's the idea right now, at least. This is also consumption related setup. Interaction type consume, attribute instance, attribute functions, I attribute user. Consumption speed. Yeah, I think I need to decide on a naming convention here, because it seems like attribute instances and attribute functions when it comes to interactors are usually, or I mix them up. Like you have attribute instances and attribute functions that describes or that is related to the object itself, and then you have attribute instances and attribute functions that are related to the interaction itself. So it should probably be more of the consumption related setup. Or actually interactor setup. Taste palette related to interactor, consumer point related to interactor, consumption speed related to interactor. Like it's the interactor that has this consumption speed. Interactable setup. Consumption function. This is actually a function we're gonna apply to the interactable. Hopefully future me will understand this a little bit better, but probably not. Attribute function. Here I have some old notes. That's not good. And I committed it with this one. That's not good. Dark Summon, what's up? How you doing? Appreciate the lurk. But I do think interactor as a component, so a lot of different interactors on an object, works way better than interactor. That's for sure. Because now I can hopefully, I'm pretty sure that this will never happen. Like, what's really the meaning of having something as nicely, like, why even utilize interfaces and stuff like that when you're gonna do a cast like this anyway? Idiotic. So let's do bam bam, and then we do, so this old solution, fuck it, interactable, I want that one. Interactor, this one. Interaction type, interactor, yeah, fuck this one. Animate entity, we're gonna change this one soon. Body definition, interactor. Remove that one. We don't need interactor type here anymore. What more do we have? Handle interaction on entity. Yeah, so this is the one that handles. We're gonna change this one soon, but for now, interactable. Let's put it this way. Mono behavior, information provider. Yeah, I don't need this one anymore, I don't think. No. Handle interaction, it's not you who's going to handle the interaction, so fuck that one. Still want to make this public. Nah. Ooh, do we have... Nah, this one is nice. Okay. Xelrex 1010. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. That's a hard name to pronounce. Item instance. Yeah, interactable. Get out of here. Handle interaction. No. Entity. Interaction type. No. Attribute handler. No. This one. Or wait. I didn't screw up, did I? Interactable. No, I didn't. Okay, good. IInteractable. Still want IInteractable. But wait here. I did screw up, I think. Oh well. Okay, let's worry about this one first. So animate entity will do, instead of getting a dictionary of interaction type and a list of IInteractor, it's going to fetch a list of interactor. Can probably just do this. Interactor type, what do we have? Interaction type. Interaction type. Interaction type. Oh yeah, yes. We don't need this for loop anymore. Because an interactor can only have one interaction. But we're gonna have multiple interactors on one object. Bam, bam, bam. Interact. Okay, so entity or animate entity, interact. So interact with this interactable. Can we perform it? Yes. Okay, I like this. Interactors, interaction type for each. Interactors return interactor. Isn't it called interact? That's true. So it's like, hey interactor, interact with this. Okay. Consumable, IInteractable. Interactor consumer. Yeah, we want to make this public. Okay, so let's see if with this new system, let's see if we can do a pickup. That would be amazing. Entity, I think it's this one that's going to be, so this is the mistake I did, because I think this one is actually going to implement interactable, because you will be able to implement with or interact with entities. So attribute handler, what do we have? Entity. Interactable. might want to switch up the orders here, but because it just feels better if this one is first, then game, object, entity, and attribute related stuff. So entity. How annoying is this back and forth? So as soon as I change this one, we get a change here and we move. Anything I can close for now. Okay. Entity. Oh, and yeah, so I think the correct way to do it is when you have like property getters like this, or when you do it like this, you usually do it with a capital letter. Do I need to cache this? Consumable. What did I do here? Consumable. Attribute handler. Okay, we haven't implemented it just yet. But then again, Why? Okay. Add attribute function. INteractable. Handle interaction. entity one sec. Entity attribute handler what's up, Sably R6S? Taking lunch from my programming job, watching a guy write code. My life is a blessing. It sure does sound like it. It sure does. So, entity. I'm just thinking about doing it like this, to be honest. Let's see here. I'm thinking of doing it like this. Entity requires attribute handler, and we do let's do it here. Attribute handler get private set. Let everybody know about the entity's attribute handler. Or yeah, because then we can remove, as long as we have an entity here. You worked on this game for a while, right? Yeah, for quite a while right now, but I didn't put that many hours in it previously. Trying to speeding it up now. And to be honest, just converging towards a style, or deciding upon a style and implementing those style shaders, was pretty tedious. Depending on what Unity version you're running, sadly, I do have the outlines available on my GitHub, but unfortunately they are only currently for Unity 2021, I think. Although there's a pull request up for utilizing it in a newer version, but there's still some to-dos on that version, I think, before it's merged. Interaction attribute okay, so the idea is bam, and do I need this? Of course I do, but I want to put it try it out and see if it works for you. It's available on my GitHub. I think I have a link. Some of my YouTube videos should have a link to it. Or let me just... might as well just link it in chat, to be honest. The live has your GitHub. Yes, it has. Okay, that's good. I'm from Sweden. Game object, entity, interaction type, interaction attribute, functions. This might be a better way to do it. Less stuff for the whomever implements interactable to actually implement. So let's do this real quick, because I would really like to implement the pickup in this new system before I have to go. I can't explain that sadly. Could be something with geographic closeness or whatever it's called. Okay, so let's keep it like this. Consumable, so consumable doesn't need to implement this one anymore, but it do need to implement this one. Doesn't need to implement this. It's a little bit of a mess right now. So these are related to attribute user. So we're going to put them down here. And interaction type are related to this one. So we're going to put those. Okay, so like this. Consumable will return entity. We're gonna do require component type of entity, and no, I'm not studying game programming, but I guess you are, sadly. Where, if I might ask? Okay, so the worst part here is I would like this one to be named entity. Unfortunately, yeah, let's do it like this. Entity, private entity. I guess I'm gonna have to go with this prefix here, although I'm not a big fan of it. Okay. So in here we don't do interactable dot attribute handler dot, we do interactable dot entity dot attribute handler, I suppose it is. Oh yeah, of course. Or actually, no. What does entity does not implement interface member entity? Oh yeah, of course. Oh, fuck me. Let's call it entity with a small e then. Interactable entity dot attribute handler add attribute function. Okay, beautiful. Do we have any errors now? What is it this one doesn't implement? Entity, oh yeah. Fuck it, for now let's just do Dark Summon, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. And Sably, let's see. Oh, at BTH, I didn't see that. I do have a friend who studied game programming there for a semester or two, I think. Studied software engineering. Nice. Yeah, there are some instructions on the GitHub. And okay, yeah. Thank you, Dark Summons. It really means a lot. It do. Appreciate it. Hopefully, or actually, I will try to keep it going then. Continue creating awesome stuff. Okay, let's see what we have here now. Oh, this song is pretty good, I think. Yeah. Do we have any errors? No. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's see if I can add a interactor pickupper. Weird names, but or interactor pickup. Yeah, that's probably the convention we're going with. So the suffix of the interactor classes are going to be the interaction type they implement. I think that's better than this. So let's rename this one. So interactor consume. So then I want to implement a component called interactor pickup. And if this works, if I can get this to work, if we can get this to work, this solution or this bridge, as I like to call it, is so much better, much nicer. It's more anonymous for the functions or the objects in question. Interactor pickup. So anything in this game or any entity that wants to be able to pick something up should have a interactor pickup component. This feels natural, right? Implement. Is this the only? Okay. No. There's maybe. So this is the only thing they need to implement, but we have a lot of. Let's put that one there. Interactor consume. Actually. And let's do this. Wow. Interactor pickup interactor. So interaction type pickup. Interactor pickup is also a I attribute user because we're gonna need a strength attribute to be able to pick something up, but I wonder if I don't think it will define it, so this might be okay actually. Or no. So it's going to be an attribute user, but not for the reason I initially thought. So strength is not going to be defined here, but at some other place. But this one is, so like when we interact with, when we pick something up, we will probably need to drain more energy when we run around. So based on the weight of whatever we pick up, the more energy will be drained. Okay, I attribute user. So if we implement that one, we need to implement these two, and they're just going to be empty for now. This is just to let an attribute handler know, like attribute handler starts by getting all attribute users on the game object and getting their different attributes that are defined and functions and such. Interactor, okay, let's see. Public override bool interact. I interactable. Return base dot interactable. Yeah, we'll see. So the first I just want to do interactable dot entity dot, what was it? Enable physics false. Entity interactable entity enable physics, interactable entity dot I don't know if I want to call it handle interaction just yet. Probably will in the future though, but interactable entity dot set parent transform. So let's do game object dot transform. No, just game object. Interactable dot entity reset transform, and that should be it. Although right now we just set game object here, this one is going to have some specific setup like this one has. So let's call it interactor setup then, I suppose. And this one is going to have private game object, or yeah, I'm gonna go with game object for now, and this is gonna be pick up point, I don't know. we're gonna be a little bit more specific with this one later on. So right now it's just a game object called pickup point, but later on it might be a body part with functionality of its own, because we need to, depending on if, like, a creature might pick something up with its mouth, another creature might pick it up with its hand. So this is probably going to be body part, and then the body part itself will handle the picking up a little bit more detailed, like how much should the hand open up, how much should the mouth open up, and so on and so on. So for now, game object pickup point, much like consumer point. This might also be a body part in the future. We'll see. Okay, let's see if this is everything that's needed. What was it called? I'm looking for, it's actually entity, animate entity. So it's this one that handles interactors. So what do we do here? We just fetch all interactors. So get components interactor can perform yeah, okay, good. This should work now. So I just want to see input handler. First of all, we will have a focus event that gets triggered. Hit game object. Playable entity will focus it. We will hopefully add a lot of options to the visual informer. And then when we perform the action, so base.interact, then we call this one, and it just does for each so that's beautiful. With the current system, this also means that we might have multiple interactors that can interact with the same interactable. I don't know if that will be the case or not. Probably just one interactor per interaction type here. Previously I had this idea that it, like, I had a weird idea that, like, different components would parse interaction simultaneously in different ways and things like that. It was would probably not hold up. But so yeah, this one might be changed to just a single element in the future. I think that would be nicer. Let's see if this works or if it's going to be debugging for the rest of the stream. We'll see. Interactor consume on this behavior is missing. Oh yeah, we have some interactor consume. Let's remove component for now. Yeah. Wait, do we have two attribute handlers here? Why? Consumer. Nothing should add it, right? Interactor consumer. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Consumables. Do I need to add something to these again? Consumable. Entity. No, it should be okay. The method or operation is not yet implemented. Okay, that seems like a pretty basic. So it's this one, handle interaction. Playable entity 3825. Smack my peach. Thank you. Let's check it out. Editor, enter play mode. So this one. Yeah, that's true. Let's make it a bit simpler then. Okay, back to this one. Appreciate it. Sably, outlines works great. Nice. Nice to hear. Playable entity 38. Okay, let's see. Playable entity 38. Why am I getting an error here? That's pretty weird, I think. Then we have entity 25. Okay, let's fix entity 25 and see if we still have a problem. Oh yeah, of course, now I get it. So this one, implement with whatever we need to do here. Interaction attribute functions. Probably gonna implement this one as well later on. And interaction type. Just having some issues with the steep angles, but kind of adds to the feel of the game. Kind of look like a tune chip. Yeah, enjoy it. So Sably, I think there should be some setups for getting the steep angles to be like minimizing them at least. There's just a lot of things to drag and try. Smack my peach. My version of Unity doesn't see the code changes for some reason, and I have to control R every time before I run the game. That sucks. But this second compile, thank you for helping me remove that one, if this was the answer for it. I had someone trying to tell me a few days ago how to get rid of it, but he weren't as specific. Okay, so this should be implemented now, so let's try it. Playable entity 29. But that should be okay. It's optional here. The variable focused game object of playable entity has not been assigned focused game object, so this one, but we have optional here, we check it here. The fuck. Why am I getting an error for this? Why? Okay, but now it works. No errors. Pick up, consume, pick up, consume, pick up, consume, and let's see if I can pick it up. No. I might know why. Character doesn't have apparel handler, player movement, body definition, playable entity, but it doesn't have any interactor pickup point, and this is where I want to drag and drop hand R. Okay, let's try it. Nice. This is not where I want to hold it though. So what happened there? Let's see. Interaction pickup. Where are you? I need to clean this up until tomorrow. Set parent game object. Ah, we set it to this pick. Yeah, of course. So pickup point. There we go. Skipping this though. So this error, I wonder if, oops, did I do something here? I wonder if, like, now I have to play 2 times for that issue to not appear. It's a little bit weird. But okay, so if I pick this one up now, I have it in my right arm. And we have a interaction system which is, or we now have an interaction system that can do exactly the same thing as the interaction system this morning, but in a way nicer, more easily extended, and all around better way, I think. But yes, that's going to be great. Some progress, yes. That's unfortunately going to be it for today, as it's time for me to quit this stream. But I will be back tomorrow and continue this little adventure here. So I just want to say thank you everybody for watching. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. And thank you Dark Summon once again for the subscription. Appreciate it. And I hope you all have a good rest of the day. Peace.